LTA is Captain Philip us to the tournament office ready for play, please.
Well, hello and welcome to the LTA Junior National Championships. We've got a fantastic day of tennis lined up for you here at the Nottingham Tennis Centre. The sun is shining, perfect conditions for the players, and we will be kicking things off very shortly. Order of play on this court, starting with the under-14s girls singles, followed by the under-14s boys singles, and finishing up later today with the under-14s girls doubles final. The next court, the boys doubles final, will be on later today, so if you choose to watch that, it's also on. But we're going to be sticking with this. Just to give you a bit of background on the tournament format, it's a draw of 32, 28 direct acceptances and 4 wildcards, and it begins with 8 round-robin groups to 4 plays, leading to a 16-player elimination for the top 2 players in each group. So these 2 players have played a lot of tennis. Down this end, we've got Eloise Newbury, who came through a tough round-robin group, battled through in a match tie-break in one of those matches, but has been plain sailing ever since in the elimination rounds. Down the far end, Tegan Bush came through her round-robin group in style, only lost 6 games, and had a 7-6 in the 3rd win in the round of 16 elimination, and hasn't lost a set since. So they're both on very good form leading into this final. And Robson, joined by Pippa Horn.
Certainly a fantastic match we have lined up today between these 2 youngsters. They did face each other earlier this year in the final of the Grade 2.
The tournament office ready for play, please.
And it was Eloise who took the win, so Tegan, her opponent, I'm sure will be looking to get her revenge.
So it looks like Eloise Newbury is going to kick things off.
Eloise Newbury to serve. First set, ready.
Score 7, the shoulder.
Perfect start, and earlier this week we had the finals of the under 11s and 12s, and in April the 16s and 18s finals take place. So it's a big old tournament, this. It's a huge national title. Players receive a £100 Amazon voucher if they win today.
Player announcement, Ella Bay to the tournament office immediately, please.
just to tell you how important this event is, players who have played in it: Andy Murray, Heather Watson, Dan Evans, Carl Edmond, Katie Bolter, Jack Draper, the list goes on. It's a real stepping stone event into the international tournaments.
And a solid first service game there from Eloise Newbury. She's seeded 6th and ranked 11 in the 14 and under girls. 2008 born from Kent, coached by John Brown in Bromley.
Yes, serve is her favourite shot, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I think we're seeing that very early on in this match, looking to take control with her forehand as well. Certainly sets the point up nicely with that first serve. It's not often you see someone, especially of this age, kicking the match off with an ace.
Well, she describes herself as an aggressive baseliner, and this is her favourite surface, the outdoor acrylic. Tegan Bush down this end trains at Edgbaston Priory Club, coached by David Brewer. Another aggressive baseliner. Another one whose favourite surface is the outdoor hard court. I don't imagine they've actually played on many other surfaces.
Interestingly, we've got the boys 14 and under singles coming up, and both of their favourite surfaces are grass. And you're right, Laura, I can't imagine that either of them have played huge amounts of matches on the grass.
Well, Tegan Bush, one of her favourite tennis memories is playing Road to Wimbledon, where she qualified for the finals, so that at least would have been on grass. Favourite players, Ash Barty, because she likes the variety in her shots. Wonder if we'll see a lot of that today.
A fantastic down the line backhand there from Bush. Had a couple of tight matches on the way, but comfortably won all of her group matches in Group E on her way to this elimination stage. A couple of 3-setters though. In the quarter finals. Tegan has enjoyed some domestic success this year as well. She won the Tennis Europe in Repton and also won the 16 and under national tour at Aldershot. So had some success in higher age groups as well, which is always a positive step in the right direction.
Well, an early break though. Tegan Bush's footwork just slightly slower up to that short ball. Maybe a couple of nerves at the start of the match, understandable. And chatting to a lot of the coaches, they've all said Tegan Bush has the variety, has the court craft, much like my favourite player Ash Barty, so I'm sure she'll try and figure something out here, mix things up and slow down the pace.
Especially at this age, such a solid tactic because so many of the girls just hit hard, heavy down the middle, and they don't often come across players who can chip and slice and add some variety into their game, so they're not always comfortable with dealing with that as well.
Mr. Kesavan, Iris Grosser, the tournament office ready to play, please.
Well,
Wow, really good bounce back here from Tegan Bush. 2 break back points.
Couple of double faults creeping in early on in this match for Newbury. Says that Ostapenko is her favourite player because she loves how aggressive she is. And certainly we can see that she's trying to be aggressive, trying to take control with her first serve, which is what she likes to do. We asked all the players for fun facts, and Eloise told us that she likes to make bracelets the night before matches, which she then sells. She's also in the final of the girls' doubles later today.
This is a player announcement. Nisha Kesavan, Iris Grosser, the tournament office ready for play, please.
Fantastically placed serve there from Bush.
We can definitely see that Eloise Newbury is trying to be the more aggressive player, trying to take the ball on the rise, keep the point short, but just not quite getting around that last backhand. Got caught too close to the body when she made contact with the ball.
Yep, certainly, and Eloise has had all of her best results on the faster courts where she can get all of the big hits in. She's focused more on domestic tournaments and ITFs rather than the under 14 European circuit. Also won the 18 and under girls singles at the Lensbury Club.
Oh, well, ended up being a great passing shot because it was so low over the net. Had that backspin on it. And now we're back evens in the score. That was a very quick turnaround from Tegan Bush.
Sometimes those body shots, hard body, can be very challenging.
The body serve is just such a good play if you're trying to get yourself in the rally, and had a couple of tricky games here to get back on serve, so just better to get yourself in the point. Well, to me it looks like the courts are playing very lively, so whoever gets that first strike in stays on top of the point.
Conditions actually not too bad today. In earlier rounds it's been much windier than it is today. This, I think, is where Newbury needs to go for that body serve. A third double fault of the match so far.
Oh, what a volley. You can see that variety coming forward, recognising straight away that she hit a fantastic approach shot and covered the net really well, closed the angles down. Brings up another break point. Yeah, I totally feel like if you're struggling with the first serve in particular, that body serve is a fantastic choice.
Body return there, also an effective one, but just slightly long for Tegan Bush there. Often find when you go body it's much more difficult to craft those angles. Keeps the play more central.
That's a big hold. Yeah, I love
Mr.
the
Kesavan to the
body
tournament office,
return
please.
because it just keeps your opponent on their toes when they're still recovering after the serve, and you can manage to get it at their feet. They can basically only hit up, which straight away allows you to take control of the point. But I think both of these players have come out really firing. Here's some come-ons, some fist pumping.
Absolutely, and perhaps as a result of all of the matches they've played so far in this tournament and so far in the season as well, the LTA have done a cracking job in enhancing the opportunities in the performance competitions calendar, providing many more opportunities on home soil.
So often when you come through a game like that, which is really tough,
Annabelle Benson, April Sackflame to the tournament office, ready for play, please. Benson and Sackflame.
and just a bit more consistency there from Eloise Newbury on the returns in particular. Hasn't been too many long rallies yet, and in general most of the slightly longer rallies have been won by Tegan Bush, so you just feel like she needs to slow down the pace here.
April Sackflame to the tournament office, ready for play, please. April Sackflame.
Just making that one extra ball is a huge difference. And it was a tricky ball to make. Eloise Newbury hit that right on the baseline. Bush having to get low. Just has a bit of extra firepower at the moment, Newbury.
And that's a pattern of play that we see so frequently in her game as well. The solid first serve and then trying to take control with the aggressive forehand into the space.
Out. 40-15.
Again, just another error creeping in for Bush. She's certainly going to want to minimize those if she wants to get into this match.
Oh, another screaming winner down the line. Newbury doing a much better job on her own serve, keeping the first serve percentage a bit higher, and look what a difference it makes to the rest of her game.
Stats have just come through. We can see 12 unforced errors so far from Tegan Bush versus 6 from Newbury. Actually fairly level on the winners front, 9 and 8. Just a few too many errors from Tegan. Such a good passing shot there from Newbury, just keeping it so low over the net.
And she's by far the more energetic player on court at the moment, jumping around. Still a positive mistake there. A heavy backhand cross-court return is exactly the right tactics.
Player announcement, Natalia Augustinska and Poppy Ellis, the tournament office, ready for play, please.
Bush. Newbury leads 5 games to 3.
Top 50 ITF and longer term aspires to be a Grand Slam champion. But for now, she would just like to beat her sister.
So often the motivation for these young kids, isn't it? I have an older brother and I remember all I wanted to do was beat him.
I have had many a fight on the tennis court with my brother.
Again, we can see that Tegan Bush may be just going for slightly too much.
She's done it. She's managed to capture that first set 6 games to 3 with some heavy shot making, hold to love to close it out. And I think overall just some really positive tennis from both players. Newbury got that early break lead with 2 love, and Tegan Bush managed to get herself back into it, to get back on serve and even in the scoreline, but Newbury just adding a bit of extra pace and running away with that set.
And great to see the problem solving there from Newbury as well. Kicked off the match and had a few problems early on with her serve, but then changed up her approach slightly, went for more of the body serves, took a little bit of pace off.
If you start off a little nervous as well, it's understandable that it takes some time for the serve to get better and to be more consistent. So just great to see that she was able to stay positive and keep the belief.
Laura, great to see so many opportunities for these young players to compete on these circuits as well. In the UK, we've gone from 3 to 11 Tennis Europe events over the past 2 years. And we've also increased from 8 ITF to 23 ITF junior events to support players competing in each grade of events. Lots of domestic tournaments as well, so plenty of opportunities for these guys to compete.
See from almost every player on the main tour, on the ATP and the WTA side, that it just takes so many matches to improve your game.
It's such a different ball game to practice, isn't it?
Ready all?
Sophia Florence, Bria Jones, to court 2, please, ready for play.
Halt! Yes. Halt! First game, second set.
Not happy with the call there. I think it's very tough for the chair umpire from that angle to try and overrule. And that's something that we saw in the other finals earlier this week. Just having to deal with difficult line calls as part of playing in these big events and having the bonus of chair umpires.
Well, this will be one of the only opportunities in the whole year that these players will have chair umpires on their courts, and as is the same for the full 3-set format. great opportunity for these guys to get exposed to different formats and bad calls from umpires. It's not always going to go their way.
Ball!
I think Tegan Bush is finding it difficult to vary the game because of the power that's coming at her from Newbury. Just under so much pressure once the point gets going.
And her favourite player, Ostapenko, and we can see that she's certainly modelling her game on that of Ostapenko's with the solid serve, high tempo ground strokes, looking to take control from the get-go, forcing those errors from her opponent.
Well done.
Well served.
Another double there from Tegan Bush. Tegan, a very talented player, lots of variety in her game, typically, but I'm not sure we've seen that much of the variety today. She needs to slow it down.
No, exactly. I think at this point in the match as well, with the scoreline being a 7-2 love, Bush can really just get after it. She's got absolutely nothing to lose. And if she can just relax the arm a bit more, play with a bit more freedom, then it's also going to make your opponent nervous.
She just needs to make it look a little bit different for her opponent. She's given her the same ball. We know she's got that variety. I'd love to see her changing up the pace, maybe adding in a few slices, a few angles. Bush certainly won't be happy with that game. A few double faults creeping in. And this is where Bush just needs to slow it down, take a step back, think about how she can change things up, make it look just a little bit different for her opponent. The momentum clearly in the favour of Eloise Newbury here. The number 6 seed and ranked 11 in the 14 and under girls. She's just 3 games away from bringing home the under 14 junior national championships, which is such a big deal for these youngsters. Of course, the pinnacle of the LTA junior circuit.
I think for Bush, if she's able to watch this match back, it would be really educational, just to see where she could have slowed things down a lot more and kept the energy a bit higher at times. Just been relentlessly positive until your body language just almost fakes things, and you can start playing with a lot more intensity around the ball.
Absolutely, and I think Newbury sent a strong message early on in this match with her intensity, her come-ons, just really showing her presence from the get-go. Of quite a few double faults so far, which we don't often see, particularly when the conditions aren't too bad, not too gusty. 7 from Bush, 5 from Newbury. Excellent pattern of play there from Newbury. So much power on that first serve. And her opponent was quite far back behind the baseline. She saw the space and went for the drop shot.
Great backhand line from Bush. As soon as she can get Newbury on the run, and it's almost point over. Well done. On the board in the second. This has been really good first strike tennis.
Isabel Craven, the tournament office, ready for play, please.
Tegan Bush just raising her level slightly. She trails by a set and 1-3, but Scotland's certainly tighter than the scoreline would suggest. Newbury's
Bush.
won 5 out of 5 game points, but Bush has certainly had her opportunities. She's had 4 so far.
Yeah, Bush has all the momentum at the moment, and interestingly for me, in between the points, she's taking some time when she needs it now and almost rushing her opponent at other moments when she feels like she has the momentum behind her.
Isabel Craven,
So
the
this is
tournament office, ready for play,
A
please.
big game for Newbury to just try and slow things down again. It's amazing what the scoreline does to your whole body language. Both of these players today, I think, have been dictated a bit by the score, and that's something that they can definitely work on as they play more and more events, especially international events. Staying positive regardless of how far down you are in the match or even how far up you are.
Yeah, we've seen big momentum shifts so far. 3 games in a row early on for Newbury, and then 2 for Bush.
Good serve.
So important, isn't it, once you've lost a tight game, not to let the subsequent game run away from you. Just maintaining that focus. And that's more of the variety that we usually see in the game of Tegan Bush. Great hands there with the drop shot, and then a perfectly placed passing shot down the line. She's really mixing things up now. Great to see Newbury keeping up the intensity though.
And big come on at a big stage of the match, 15 all, 3-2 up on your own serve.
Just catching that slightly late, but great length there from Bush. Newbury not so happy with that one. Perhaps feels she could have moved her feet a bit more. And that's a better forehand.
Well done, Newbury. That was a difficult game to dig herself out of, and especially that last point. Just kept running, kept trying to make every ball, and she's been rewarded. Manages to hold her serve to keep the lead in the second set.
She's such a relentless competitor, isn't she? She just knew how important that game was. She dug deep. And she finds herself with a comfortable cushion now. 4 games to 2 up, and a set up as well.
I think when you're the person with the break up in this situation, you can actually go for even more on the return. And the double fault from Bush. Still so positive between points here, Newbury.
Just love her attitude and how vocal she is on court, and I think that sends a strong message to her opponent as well.
Mila and Gray, if the tournament office ready for play, please.
She set the point up so well there. And the volley just wide. I love the intention there.
We haven't seen a huge amount of net play today, but whenever someone does decide to come in, it's generally been successful.
Bush still keeping the pressure on, making her play an extra ball. What an angle there from Bush. She's got such good hands. And that was a difficult shot to play as well.
There's that variety. Such a fantastic addition in her game when she mixes things up like that, and it was a very smart time to throw in the drop shot. It was on the rise. It was an aggressive shot still.
It's especially effective, I think, in women's tennis. So many women play the same way. Hard, offensive down the middle. And sometimes it allows your opponent to get into a nice rhythm. But Bush has really taken stock here and changed things up for her opponent. And so far, it's proved to be a successful strategy as she starts to make this comeback in the second set.
And Newbury's previous previous service game was really tricky. She held to 30, but at the same time she was working for every single point.
Such offensive tennis from Eloise Newbury. And so important to get that first point when the scoreline is tight like this. Just long there from Newbury. It doesn't seem to be huge amounts of nerves from Newbury. So far she's played the big points well.
This is the first opening that we've seen on Newbury's serve for Tegan Bush in quite some time. Hasn't broken since the beginning of the match. That is a tough return to miss. That's something that you learn with playing more and more matches, just when you absolutely need to knuckle down and make your opponent play. A 15-30 return is always one of those moments.
Such an effective play from Newbury. We saw that so much in the earlier rounds as well. Just that back behind. Courts are pretty lively, pretty fast, and Tegan's a good athlete. She makes a quick recovery, so sometimes an effective shot is to go back behind your opponent, like Newbury just did. Just wide there from Newbury, but she's trying to do exactly the right things. Such positive tennis, really trying to get on the offense, moving her opponent around, committing to her shots. I'm loving what I'm seeing.
I also loved that defensive forehand from Tegan Bush. It's the first slice forehand on the run that we've seen in a bit, and look how effective it was. Forehand line on the third ball has just been lethal today.
And she's playing high percentage tennis as well. Hitting a lot of winners, but they're not close to the lines. That one, not so much perhaps. Needed a little bit more height on the backhand line as it's the highest part of the net.
Under pressure has delivered a fantastic couple of shots there. The slice wide serve just drawing her opponent out and straight away stepping in for the backhand cross court.
What a drop shot from Bush, and what a time to hit a shot like that.
Bush actually taking almost a bit of a tumble there. Didn't have to play another shot in the end. And this is a real chance. First break point that Tegan Bush has had since 2-1 in the first set. And she's made it. What a return to convert the break point. An easy strike down the line. Newbury maybe just taking a little bit too much off the serve there. We should be able to reset here and just stop the momentum. Again, we've seen so many ups and downs, as we do in every tennis match.
Well, that certainly sends a strong message, doesn't it, from Newbury. First signs of perhaps some slightly negative body language from Newbury. And her opponent has done such a good job of riding the wave, staying focused, staying level-headed, and changing up her tactics. And we now find ourselves even Stevens in this second set.
Just going for so much here, pulling off a couple of these shots because she's trying to, I think, aim for the lines. If she'd hit that same shot deep through the middle.
Forehand is so effective, isn't it? She steps up inside the court and takes time away from her opponent through not only her power but also her positioning.
Oh, that was much better placement on that last one.
That's the time when you need to make a first serve, isn't it?
We could see Newbury already moving forward with her return positioning, knowing that she wanted to take it on. And it's the backhand return from Newbury today that has just been on fire.
Seeing a few more errors creep in from Newbury. She played the big points so well in the first set. What an angle from Newbury. Sometimes on that angle, I find that players don't often commit to the ball, but that one she certainly did. Kept it low over the net and perfectly placed as well. Great shot there from Newbury, and what a game as well. It was the return that set up the forehand down the line, and now she finds herself winning by 5-4 and just a game away from taking home this national title. Laura, what would you hope is going through her head at this point?
It's going to be difficult because she's going to have to come out and serve for the match herself, which was never my strong point. But you just have to commit to the game that's got you to this point, and that is playing aggressive, trying to keep some discipline in your shot selection and go for some high margins when necessary. Of course, if the ball is there to be hit, you want to go for it. But a lot of the time, it's those set-up shots that do the most of the work for you. They're heavy through the middle, adding some height on occasion.
What I've liked so far is that she's been so relentless.
And she's been super, super positive. I've never seen her stop jumping around.
Looked to me there as if Newbury was admiring her cross-court forehand. It was a good one, but sadly a better one came back.
Oh, I thought it might be tricky trying to close this out on her own serve, and already the love 30.
Impressive point there from Tegan Bush. Bringing her opponent out wide on the backhand wing. Perhaps slightly weaker on that side is Newbury, especially on the movement.
Helped out with a bit of luck in the net cord there. Still one more break point to save.
And what a way to save it for Newbury. Hasn't been too many aces so far this match, but I'd take it at 5-4, advantage down.
Wow, what a shot to set up match point.
And that's been the story of the match so far, hasn't it? Just Newbury bringing the energy on those tight points and coming up with shots like that.
What a win from Eloise Newbury. It was not easy, especially that last game, saving 2 break points to close it out on her own serve. Pippa, what do you make of that match?
I think, you know, it's just a case of Eloise bringing the energy, and as we saw in that last game, you know, trailing by 15-40, and then she was just so relentless, wasn't she? Such an incredible competitor. And that ace at 30-40 down, and then a forehand winner and a backhand winner. You can see as well just how much it means to her, giving her family a hug, and she now is the under-14 girls singles champion. What a win it was for the youngster.
What would you say to Tegan Bush after this one?
Well, I think, you know, she can hold her head up high. She had an incredible run to the final, beat some very solid players, and I think, you know, today it was just a case of her opponent came out and performed when it mattered most. Plenty of lessons can be learned, and I'm sure she'll be having some conversations with her coach. And I think at this stage, you know, it's all about the learning process.
Well, that concludes the under-14s girls singles final. Well done to Eloise Newbury, but also well done to Tegan Bush and all the players in the draw this week. It's been some great tennis all round. It was a very hard-fought match, and of course Eloise Newbury is back up later today in the doubles final, so a bit of rest and recovery, and we'll see her in a couple of hours. We're going to take a short break for the presentation. Join us again in a couple of minutes for the boys under-14s final.
is a tournament announcement. Presentation will take place shortly on court 1.
I'll ask you for each. I'll obviously try and get it. warning, that could happen again.
Welcome back to the LTA Junior National Finals. This is the boys under 14 singles final. We've just seen the under 14s girls final, which Eloise Newbury came through in straight sets. Sun is still shining at Nottingham Tennis Centre. The conditions have been absolutely lovely today. Hardly any wind. Courts are playing very fast, very lively, and coming up after this is the girls' doubles final. So a big day of tennis all round. We're going to get stuck in to the boys' singles. Down this end of the court is Shannon. Liam won all of his round-robin matches in straight sets. Actually hasn't dropped a set all week. Coming through his quarter-final 6-love 6-2 and his semi-final 6-2 6-love. So he has been flying through the draw. Probably the favourite going into this match. Down the far end, Oliver Page, who won all of his round-robin matches in straight sets, but had a 3-set win to get through in the quarterfinals. Both played so much tennis over this week, so they'll be raring to go and looking forward to the final. And Robson joined by Pippa Horn. The winner of this match will receive a £100 Amazon voucher. Runners-up receive £50. Probably spent on more tennis kit, grips, strings, all that fun stuff. And they get a goodie bag at the start of the week to recognise what a big achievement it is to even play this week. So many past champions of note: Kyle Edmund, Heather Watson, Katie Bolter, Jack Draper, Lena Baltasha, and people who didn't win it but played it include Andy Murray and Dan Evans. So this is a very prestigious event. Let's kick things off. Looks like Oliver Page will start us off with serving. Oh, or not. Liam it is.
And Laura, we've seen such a high level of tennis so far, haven't we? Of course, the under 11s and the under 12s were concluded on Friday. And I've been particularly impressed with the attitude of the players. All of the matches have been played in such high spirits. Of course, this event, though, we've got under 10 to under 18, not just the 14 and unders. The higher age groups, though, played in April time, and nicely incentivized for the winners as well, with wildcards into the Wimbledon qualifying. Great 1-2 there from Shannon. Serve wide, forehand inside in to the open space.
That's a great start. Carrying on with the same energy that got him to the final. And a little bit about Liam. He's at Reed School as part of their tennis academy, training under the guidance of Ben Harron and Nick Jones. Played through qualifiers to make it to the main draw at Tarbes this year, which is a very prestigious international event in France. Just about everyone on tour has played. Rafa won it. Finished third in the 14 under clay court championships in March and won his first Tennis Europe event in Croatia in April. Ellie Page, who is serving, this year won 3 Tennis Europe doubles titles, all with different partners. Won County Cup, didn't lose a single match at County Cup, and she plays a lot of table tennis. Came runner-up in the Welsh Nationals, aged 11. These two have played each other before, but not since 10 and under grade 1 final. So I'm sure a very different matchup today.
And just to give you a little bit of background on the tournament itself, the main draw for each event begins as a round-robin group before the top 2 players in each pool progress to a 16-player elimination. So these guys have both played 3 matches in the group stages, and they've come through the elimination as well. That's a fantastic... Oh, he's missed it.
Oliver Page describes himself as an aggressive counter-puncher, but we've just seen today in the earlier matches that it's been first strike tennis on these slightly fast, hard courts that have been working really well. It looks like he's going to be very consistent from the back. His favourite player is Diego Schwartzman. Long-term career goals to become pro. You can dream bigger than that.
Great hands there from Page. It's not often you see the combination of tennis player and table tennis player. In theory, you would think it works, but obviously he comes from a table tennis family. His uncle won Commonwealth gold in a table tennis event.
Well, he's missed it wide, but it's super heavy hitting from Shannon.
How How good are you at table tennis, Laura?
You've seen it, not great. So I try and hit a double-handed backhand, which is my first mistake. Maybe Paige can teach us a few things after this. And just going back to Shannon being at the Tennis Academy in Reed School, it's just such a good program. They've had so many great players come through over the years, Jack Draper being one of the most recent ones. And looking back a couple of years, Jamie Delgado, Tim Henman, the list goes on. And a couple of great players going off to college in America. Also working with Hannah Klugman, who's doing incredibly well in the under 14s and under 18s. She's playing up a couple of age groups at the moment.
Wide there from Liam. But we can see he's really working on having discipline in his decision making, staying in the rally. He's an aggressive baseliner, likes to use his forehand. Favorite shot, he says, is backhand down the line. Also working a lot on the mental side and trying not to be too perfect. We're only a couple of games in, but it looks like this is going to be a pretty physical match with a lot of long rallies. Both players moving really well around the back of the court, using every angle they can find. What I find so impressive is the athleticism of these young boys as well. The sliding, which is particularly hard to do on hard courts.
Early break point for Oliver Page. He's just been incredibly consistent. are absolutely unloaded on that forehand. Inside in from very far wide. Got so much rotation and shoulder turn on the ball.
Certainly one way to save a break point, isn't it?
Back to Shannon.
Such solid hitting from both players already. It's only 1-1, but we've hardly seen any unforced errors so far this match. Had a lot of long rallies already. Let's start as we mean to go on.
This is already a long game with a couple of juices. Can't pick who's going to come through it. It just seems like both are playing so well. Break point for Oliver Page. He trains at Swansea Tennis Academy with Fran Lewis. And he's pulled it wide, Shannon, so Page does get the break.
And Page has had good run to the finals so far. He beat the #1 seed in the semi-finals in a marathon 3-setter, 6-2 in the third. And in the finals, another reasonably tight one, 7-6, 6-3. So he'll certainly be familiar with those high-pressure situations. Liam, on the other hand, has lost under 10 games on his route to the final. And he came through his semi-final match 6-2, 6-love. So far hasn't been particularly pushed in this tournament, but sometimes that isn't always a good thing. Absolutely unleashing on that forehand. Loves the forehand inside in. And great to see him with the intention of coming into the net and closing the point from that net position as well.
little racket throw, which in general don't mind. I feel like better to let it out than keep it in, but he has been working a lot on the mental side. I'm not trying to be too perfect, but if he has a dip or a bad patch, that he still keeps competing. And they've been working on the body language as well, which is so important. Just to not let your shoulders drop and tell your opponent that you're feeling down about the way you're playing. Keep that positive presence about you.
Sends such a strong message, doesn't it, when you're able to keep that level-headed mindset and positive body language.
Oliver Page has just been relentless. He gets so many balls back and manages to return them with interest, adding some extra topspin and creating some height when he needs it, just to get himself back in the rally.
What a shot from Oliver Page. So much power on that backhand wing.
It is his favourite shot, but you have to say his recovery from Love 30 was what impressed me most. He just decided to lock in and cut down on all the errors.
Liam perhaps feeling like he needs to change things up a bit already in this first set. Show his opponent a different look by coming to the net. And Shannon not happy with that drop shot. But really good serve technique. He gets such good spin on both his first and his second. And there we go. First ace of the match.
Another one. Lovely natural kick on a couple of these serves from Shannon.
Just wide there from Page, but excellent anticipation.
A really important game for Liam to win there, because from one love up, he had just lost all the
Noah
momentum.
Wensley, Bo Martinez McClune to the
What a level
tournament
we've
office,
seen
ready for play, please.
so far, Laura. We've
Noah and Bo, please.
also seen some really strong entries across all age groups in the National Junior Championships, with many players competing this year being supported by the LTA's regional player development centres, of course 14 of those, and these centres play an important role within the national performance stage of the pathway, with a view to increasing the number of internationally competitive 14 and under players with the potential to transition to the big international stage. And they're doing just that. Many of these players also competing in Tennis Europe events and having some success along the way.
And we've seen with other countries how important it is to have so many different events, local events, national events, where they get to play the best from around their country, and of course futures and challenges, all of these things, as many matches as possible. It's something that France and Italy do so well, which is one of the many reasons why they've been such a leading tennis nations. And Shannon, his favourite player is Yannick Sinner, who has of course come through that whole pathway in Italy.
And that's why it's so great to see the increase in the number of Tennis Europe events in Britain, which now does put us on a par with some of the leading tennis nations. We've gone from 3 to 11 Tennis Europe events over the past 2 years. And of course that just allows these youngsters to compete against the best international juniors, not just those from the UK.
Just to hold his own serve here pretty comfortably, Page. And something that Liam Shannon has been working on is playing aggressive, but with a lot of discipline, making the right shot selection. And I think sometimes he's still just opening it up too early, but that's what happens when you're playing someone who's been so consistent. I feel like you have to keep adding more and more pace.
Theodore Lee and Aidan Bade to the referee's office, ready for play, please. That's Lee and Bade.
And Page just showing how much confidence he has at the moment. I'm sure he'll have taken a lot of confidence from his win against Mark Seaban, the #1 seed in this event. He's seeded 13 himself, is Paige, and ranked 16 in the 14 and under boys. So he certainly wasn't expected to get to the final.
Well, the drop shot getting what it deserved there. I can see what Paige was trying to do. Try and open up the court a bit more, but he just opened up the racket face too early, and then with a bit too much power behind the ball, just sat up nicely.
Good lead there from Paige. I think he was perhaps thinking that he might take it out of the air with a dry volley, but deciding at the very last second that he was going to let it drop. Paige there, not happy with the umpire's call. But again, rare experience for these youngsters to even have umpires on court. Usually they would call their own lines. But what they'll learn is that you just have to control the controllables. The umpire's call always stands, so you just have to accept it. And helped out there with a shank backhand, which is certainly giving his opponent a different look. You can just hear in the background as well, the wind is starting to slightly pick up. It's been very windy all week, and this morning was probably the calmest that it's been.
See in the next couple of games what that extra gusts of wind can do to the players. Very important to remember to hit through it.
That's a good way to close out that game there from Liam. He's from Surrey, coached by Ben Harron and Nick Jones. Says his best tennis memory is both playing for Great Britain and also playing at Wimbledon.
Yeah, there was an under-14s sort of an invitational event, which was actually during the tournament at Wimbledon this year. In the second week, played on the main match courts. It was a worldwide event, so loads of people from all around the world, but the best British players as well. And it was such a nice atmosphere. They had crowds. I saw a couple of the matches, and the level was so high. Everyone wanted to play their best tennis at Wimbledon.
What a fantastic experience for these youngsters. And Laura, you also played in the Invitational this year. How was that?
a different kind of invitational. the old ladies invitational. It's great. I mean, playing at Wimbledon is always a dream.
You can see what he was trying to do there. Hoping to take his opponent off the court with the short angle, but just clipped the top of the net there. Showing a few signs of frustration. And Liam, in particular, familiar with the international circuit. He won his first Tennis Europe event in Croatia in April. Won the doubles event. Made the quarterfinals of the Tennis Europe in Roehampton. And he also represented Great Britain at the Summer Cup and as well at the European Championships.
Debbie Fry, Sebastian Crawley, the referee's office ready to play, please.
15.
Shannon just needs to do a bit more in the return games here. Page is managing to hold fairly comfortably. Hasn't been pushed to juice yet. Seems like they're still figuring out each other's games and how to play tactically today. Amazing defending. Great to see some mixing up with the slice on the run. Slow things down, give yourself more time to get back in the rally.
And that just shows the importance of making that one extra ball, doesn't it? Just looking at the stats, it's pretty even on the winner front, but a few more errors creeping in from Liam. So he's certainly going to want to minimize those going forward.
Well, that's an unfortunate way to lose your serve. Never want to double fault down break point. But a big couple of points from Shannon there.
Ivan
Digging deep,
Timoshenko
finding a way
and Leo
through.
Weston to the referee's office ready for play, please. Timoshenko and Weston.
Working on some of that discipline that his coach has been trying to instill. Oh, he's just pulled it long. Did everything else perfectly. Even on that last shot, you could see he was trying to get the leg drive through the ball. Went for a shot with a lot of topspin, but they were just not quite using the wind effectively.
Fantastic variety there from both players as well. The higher, deeper backhand with more topspin is so effective on these courts because they're so lively.
Oh, well done. Haven't seen a lot of net coverage so far from either player, but both of them do look comfortable when they come forward. You can really see that Shannon is trying to slow the pace down and make a lot of balls, but sometimes need to be careful, especially on a quicker court, to not sit too far back behind the baseline and wait for the errors. He's got such a big game that he can definitely keep getting after the ball.
And that's something that he's working on, isn't it, with his coach, Ben Harron. The discipline in that decision making, staying in the rally, not trying to go for too much too soon. Then obviously the downside of that is that you can hang slightly too far behind the baseline.
Fantastic change of pace to close out the game. Just great problem solving, really, from 3-1 down and then 4-2 down, finding a way back in the match.
Yeah, well, he's certainly minimized his error count. 20 unforced errors from Liam, 17 from Oliver. Liam ahead on the winner's front, and he now finds himself for the first time in this match in a leading position.
Oh, that's a fantastic backhand line, taking it almost as that old school Marat Safin hitch kick. Have to time that spot on. Now, after a couple of breaks of serve, we're just seeing some easier holds now. Both of them finding some form on the first serve.
Yeah, nothing special there from Page, but he did exactly what he needed to do. High first serve percentage, high margin for error. Just deep there from Liam, but he's certainly trying to do the right things. It's very obvious that he's trying to take control with his forehand.
I think if you were a coach of either of these players, you'd be fairly happy with how things have gone. It's almost never perfect, but as long as you can see that your player is trying to work on the right things.
And that is a fantastic backhand down the line there. I think, Laura, you're absolutely right. And that's what's so great about these events as well, is that it's not just about the winning and the losing. Actually, you can lose in the group stages and still progress to the elimination. And I think what that really does is normalize the process of losing.
That is great touch around the ball, recognising that his opponent was far behind the baseline, moving forward to take the drop shot on the rise.
And Paige, such a good athlete, but even he didn't run for that one because it was so good. So for those of you just tuning in, this is the 14 and under boys singles final between Oliver Page and Liam Shannon. We have Liam leading by 6 games to 5 in this first set. They are playing for a £100 Amazon voucher.
We've just been so impressed by the level of all of the finals actually that we've seen, not only today but Friday too, with the under 11s and the under 12s. Looking like another easy hold of serve for Page here.
And these two haven't actually faced each other since under 10s. So they'll just be getting used to each other's games, how their opponents play. I'm sure they'll hit with each other on occasion, but as we know, practice and matches are very, very different. Fantastic put away. Some great sliding going on around the court. Don't know how they do that. But again, Shannon maybe just edging back a little too far behind the baseline. Needs to remember to keep stepping through the ball. Page is doing that. Fantastic when he's able to take the ball on the rise. He is most definitely getting after it. That's a perfect 1-2 combination there from Shannon. Always so important, I find, to get the first point in the game or the tie break.
just wide.
2-0 Shannon.
Great start to the tie break for Shannon. It's just been the most competitive match. Absolutely nothing in it at the moment.
And that's one way to change it up. Paige perhaps going for slightly too much there with that forehand angle, but not an easy shot to hit, especially since the slice stayed so low over the net.
There's a lot of swings in this tiebreak. 2-love to 2-all. Now Liam back up to 4-2 as we head into the changeover.
And a lot of firsts for these guys as well. Perhaps not first, but they don't often play with umpires. They don't often play 3 full sets. But it's great to expose these boys to such things at an early age and really get them used to it as well.
Oh, that's so unlucky. Yeah. Well, you can see the frustration, and you totally understand it because the setup was great and the movement forward was great, and just catching the net, playing it slightly too low, and the net pulls it wide.
Oh, and again, luck certainly hasn't been on his side this tie-break, has it? And it's now Liam Shannon who has set points.
One saved, but a couple more for the player from Reed School. Got too excited. Went for the opening down the line before it was there to be taken. Catching the ball a little too late. And even if Oliver Page can win this point, Shannon will have one on his own serve to close it out.
That's one way to save a set point, isn't it? Just solid tennis from the back, not doing anything particularly special, but making his opponent play that one extra ball.
Well, Page's backhand cross court has been rock steady today.
But still, another set point for Liam, and this time it's on his serve.
Oh, he's made that as well. What a way to save another set point. I mean, there's been so many. Coming forward, being brave with a very tricky put-away volley in the end.
Well, what a topsy-turvy match full of momentum swings we've seen so far. It was Page who was leading by 4 games to 2. And then it was Liam who had a substantial lead in the tiebreak, and now we find ourselves even Stevens, 6-all and 6 points all in the tiebreak.
Well, a couple of set points come and gone, and now Page has really picked up his level. Another racket toss from Shannon. It's just been the most competitive tiebreak. Fantastic backhand down the line. Shannon just looking for the forehand inside out, but bounced a little short, and because of that, that opening was wide open, and I think perhaps just trying to do a bit much again. It's a very fine balance. Well, we're at 8-all now.
Both of them just staying so cool and calm under pressure. We've seen a couple of racket dings from Shannon, but it doesn't seem to affect his tennis, or hasn't done so far.
Both of them wondering whether they need to change ends there. A couple more points to go.
And again, I'm on the edge of my seat here. Both of these players playing pretty phenomenal tennis so far in this tiebreak. Both of them saving set points. And now it's Oliver Page who has another one.
And he's done it. What a set of tennis that was from both players, but in the end, Oliver Page, the one just refusing to miss in the tiebreak. And he's just been so positive. Went at that early break-up, Shannon got himself back into it and then was leading the tiebreak, had 3 set points to work with. Page, the one who managed to get over the line in the end, and you have to say that was a fantastic set of tennis, and a very physical one as well. So it's who can come out of this set break with renewed energy.
Well, yeah, he's just so level-headed, isn't he, Page? Really showing no signs of any emotion at this point. And with the first set been and gone, 7-6 to Oliver Page of South Wales. Let's have a quick review of the statistics so far. We've got 20 winners for Page versus 19 for his opponent. Just slightly more unforced errors as well from Shannon. 28 versus 21. Pretty even Stevens all round, but it was Page who stepped up to the plate when it really mattered most in that tiebreak. And he finds himself leading by 1-0 in this under-14 Junior National Championship final.
I think the stats reflect the scoreline, really, didn't they? Only 2 points in it in the end, 10-8 in the tie-break. Such small margins so far in this match.
Well.
Well, it's who can perform when it matters most, isn't it, really? And that's why it's going to be so important for Page to come out of the blocks firing early on in this second set and capitalise on the first set lead. Just long there from Shannon, but enjoying his body language here and what seems to be renewed energy and positivity.
And it sets up 2 early break points because Paige has pulled that forehand just wide. And you have to say, there was those 2 racket dings, but it didn't affect his level at all in the next point, which is all that matters to me.
Well, I think that's the first sign of negativity we've seen from Paige. He knew how important that first game was.
Yeah, he just relaxed maybe a little too much after such a tough and long first set. Very, very small dip in energy. But you feel like he knows exactly how to bring it back up. He did it so many times in the first set. Oh, quite a big miss in the end. Just still moving his body when he made contact with the ball, so it just blew off his racket. Shannon here just really picking up his level.
And that's one of just a number of occasions that Paige has come to the net, and successfully so as well. Great to see that in the game of someone so young as well.
April, Sack Flynn and Catherine Philippas to the tournament office ready for play, please. Sack Flynn and Philippas.
And just a few errors creeping in for Ollie Page. Finds himself trailing by 0 games to 2 in this second set. But it's not the first time that he's been down in this match. He trailed by 2 games to 4 in the first and managed to turn it around with a 7-6 victory. So we already know he's good at refocusing, shifting the momentum.
And Page just needs to be careful here. There's been a couple of errors creeping in, but his opponent's definitely playing better and just seems to want to get right on top of this second set after such a disappointing end to the first.
And again, a bit of luck there from Ollie Page, but the intent was certainly there. And again, he comes to the net, finishes the point off with a volley.
Chances for a double break here, and surely that would be enough. Down break points, even on his own game points, you just see Page lift the level, go for the braver shots and come forward so many times today. Tried to do the same again, came forward, and it's been so successful, but that one just leaving a bit too much of height on the ball. So Shannon rightfully put that backhand heavy down the line, and now it's a double break in the second set.
Such a difficult shot to hit, isn't it? That low volley was one that I struggled with when I was playing.
Yeah, I think it's tough because if you're taught how to cover the net, you're generally meant to cover the cross court. That's what they tell you when you're just learning, but also even the top doubles players, they're still working on that, and it's definitely the more difficult passing shot when you go down the line, which is why you cover the cross. But at the same time, if the ball sits up just ever so slightly, then the contact point is perfect to go line and almost hit down on the ball.
Yeah, and he loves that down the line backhand, doesn't he, Shannon? Well, let's see how Paige responds to this. It's down by 0 games to 3 in this second set. Could it be the gravitas of the situation, do you think, Laura? Perhaps he's taken his foot off the pedal slightly early on in this second set, but he's coming into this match as the underdog, and I think that certainly adds an element of pressure when he finds himself potentially in a winning position after winning the first set.
That's an incredible forehand. To be honest, I think it's just the dip in energy. You're on a bit of a come down after such a big first set, so many highs and lows, and he was emotionally so steady throughout the whole first set that you can understand just a small drop in level. And I don't even think that his attitude has dipped. He's still super positive, but the footwork around the ball has dropped, and that's just giving Shannon that extra half a second to create his own pace on the ball. So we're seeing a lot more winners from Shannon.
Power on the ball, aren't we, from Shannon? Might be the first chance for Paige to get on the board. And Oh, that is a brilliant shot from Paige. It was the battle of the backhands there in that rally. And Paige, who took the initiative, changed the direction, went down the line, and this time successfully. He's now on the board in this second set, but he still trails by 1 game to 4.
It's just more of the same from Shannon. And he's just added that little bit of extra pace, and it's been enough so that Paige can't chase down that one extra ball that he was in the first set. You may have this updated stats, but I feel like his first serve percentage has gone way up in the second set.
Punch the match of Stockholm to the referee's office, ready for play, please. Punch join and Stockholm.
Yeah, not only his first serve percentage, but also he's doing more with his serves as well. Really forcing his opponent into the errors on the return and setting the point up nicely as well, so that he can then look to dictate with his forehand. Loves the inside in, also loves the backhand down the line, and something that we've seen so much of so far in this match.
Go.
Shannon running away with the second set, only 2 points away now. that 1 point.
9-14.
And Page again throwing in a double fault at a less than ideal moment.
Yeah, it's been the serves that's been the key difference for me in this second set, I think. Well, that was a better one. Not a terrible serve percentage on both the first and second, but not managing to convert, so clearly just not quite doing enough with those serves. And perhaps it's something to do with his opponent unleashing on the returns. Oof, it was the right idea, and he set the point up so nicely, but wasn't quite able to convert with that forehand volley. And this second set was the Liam Shannon show. And of course they will be playing a full third set, something that both of these players won't be particularly used to. And of course, with all of the matches they've played so far this week, it's going to be physically demanding on their bodies, so let's see what they've both got in the tank.
We saw how physical the first set was, and I just wonder if that's affected Oliver Page's play, because he just looks a little low in energy still, and the footwork is not where it was in set one, and whether he has anything left to try and pick up the footwork again, lift the intensity. Just one more set, so anything left in the tank now is the time to give it. But Shannon just so much steadier in that set, was going for a bit more, was winning 86% of his first serves compared to 65% in the first set, and winning 75% of his second serve points as well, compared to 42% in the first. So a big lift there, and that always makes such a big difference for the rest of your game too. Longer break here at the end of the set. I don't imagine the chair umpire is really on it with the timings like they are in the pros, because of course these two need a bit of an extra break after such a long match so far.
40.
Loves the backhand down the line passing shot, doesn't he? And on so many times in this match it's been successful, but not that time. Well, that's one way to save a game point, isn't it? Let's hope he can get more of those in the tank. Brilliant play from Ollie Page. Serve out wide, forehand into the open space combo. One of the first patterns of play that we're taught in tennis. Certainly not what he'd want at 0-1 juice, but the luck wasn't on his side. That was a net and it just clipped the service line going long.
That is just the most unfortunate way to lose the game after working so hard from love 40 to get back to juice. Two double faults already in the third set from Page.
Shannon perhaps just falling off that one slightly. It's so important that you have a strong core. Keep upright if you can whilst hitting the shots. That's an incredible angle from Shannon.
He just seems so confident at the moment. Hard to know how Page is going to stop the damage.
Exactly, and he's rebounding as well when he plays a point that he's not particularly happy with. He's quickly refocusing. And I think what that losing a string of points in a row, which is so common in junior tennis.
That's a fantastic backhand volley. It's a bit more of what we saw in the first set, just coming forward slightly more, trying to add some of that extra height that we saw that allows him to come forward.
And he considers himself an all-rounder, does Paige, and it's not often we see someone so solid at the net from such a young age. And again, a couple of backhands from Shannon where he's just falling off the ball slightly. Don't know whether that's a consequence of some fatigue kicking in, perhaps.
Shannon, I think, sometimes going for too many inside-out forehands and just needs to have a little bit more trust in his backhand cross-court. You can see him move over, but it's not always on the right ball, and you want to be careful with the inside-out that you use it at the right time so you don't leave the rest of the court open, and also that you do enough with it. Such an important game for Oliver Page to come through there. All credit to him. He's been so emotionally steady and positive. And maybe at times we saw Shannon getting a little tight and losing some of that discipline in the rally that worked so well for him in the second set.
Yeah, sometimes it's a case of just riding the wave, isn't it? And Shannon has had such a purple patch where, like you say, even his mishits were going in. And in those scenarios, often there's not always anything that you can do other than sit back, ride the wave, and hope that it all ends. Very solid passing shot there from Ollie Page, just dipping it to the feet of his opponent. Just deep there from Shannon, but I just wish that Page could just add an ounce more power on his first serve. It's a very high first serve percentage, but I just feel there isn't quite enough oomph on the ball, and from very early on in the rally, I feel like he's on the back foot almost straight away.
Yeah, he's having to rely on his recovery after the serve to be good at all times, otherwise straight away being forced into a defensive shot. But again, moving forwards.
He does that so well, doesn't he? Very few points in this match he's lost when he's got to the net and finished the point with a volley.
And even if he ends up losing a couple of those points, it's such positive play to learn how to come forward for the future. A double fault at a tricky time. This is a very important game for him to finally get even in the scoreboard after a bit of a washout second set. Still has a game point. But a very slow and high bouncing second serve that had a kick on it that sat up nicely for Shannon to go for the cross court short backhand. And what was looking like a straightforward game from 40-15 is now breakpoint chances for Shannon.
Oof. Had a bit of luck on his side there, did Paige, but he was certainly doing all of the right things to set up the offensive inside-out forehand.
Yeah, you can hear him say how many doubles. Well, it's 2 in this game. Up to 4 already in the third set.
Well, it's no surprise that he's feeling he needs to maybe get slightly more on the ball when his opponent is taking such an offensive position and really unleashing on the returns. Certainly adds that element of additional pressure. And a well-fought game there from Ollie Page. So many times in this match he's come back from a losing position and he's done it again. We're now at 2-2 in this third set here at Nottingham. Oof. What a slice from Shannon. Did so well to keep it so low over the net.
Well, a quick hold will be exactly what Shannon wants here. After being 2-love up, now back to 2-all. Manages to stop the flow of games going in Paige's direction. Love hold. 3-2 in the third.
Well, it's certainly been a highly competitive match so far, hasn't it? We've had lots of shifts of momentum.
Both of them just play better tennis when they force themselves to be a little more aggressive, but patience with that aggression is what's been key for Shannon today. And if Paige can force himself to come forward a little bit more, we've seen some excellent net points. So this match is really still all to play for.
Absolutely, and a reasonably high unforced error count on both parts actually, but on the winner front we've got 30 from Paige versus 37 from Shannon. Wow. I think that must be his favourite shot, that backhand down the line. So many times when his opponent comes to the net, he opts to go for the backhand down the line passing shot rather than the easier cross-court one.
Small opening for Shannon here at 15:30, and he knows that he can get on top of both of these serves, not only just the second. Excellent return, nice and deep. He let it drop and went for the patient option, heavy through the middle.
And this could be a turning point. Couldn't convert that break point, but he's got one more. couple of loose errors there from Shannon. Not what he would have wanted when he led by 40-15. And that was exactly the right shot to play. His opponent was very close to the net. And of course, outside, you've got no ceiling, so you can hit the ball as high as you want. And he's got the break after another very long juice game. It's Shannon who came out on top, forced the error from his opponent, and he leads by 4-2.
Well, there's been a couple holds of serve to love from Shannon in this set. Let's see what he can come up with here. Positive mistake. We can just hear how positive Shannon is trying to be here now that he has the freedom of the break. Under pressure, just forehand cross court after forehand cross court from Page. A couple of really good defensive shots from Shannon on the run, sliding into that wide one. Great serve out wide. Lovely slice on that. Feels like that one still a very high percentage serve for him too. What a couple of serves to close out that game. Unreturnable, followed by an ace.
Final set.
And another solid service game. It just backs up the many that he's already done. 73% first serve and 83% second serves. And he's won a whopping 75% of first serve points in this third set alone. And now it's Shannon, who finds himself just one game away from the Under-14 Junior National Championships title.
Love 15. Love 15.
Well, it is always much easier to break serve to win the match. Easier to hit through the nerves when you're not the one starting the point.
Oh, wow. He's certainly just unleashing on those returns. He's growing and growing in confidence. Perhaps a case of Paige taking a bit of pace off his serve. Certainly working into the hands of his opponent.
Oh, and a fantastic forehand to finish things off. Nothing for Paige to be upset about there. He gave it everything and just got outplayed at times today, especially in the second set and towards the end of the match there. You could see Shannon got some extra confidence on his shots, and as soon as he was able to add that extra pace, it was very, very difficult for Paige to stay in the rally. But a fantastic match, super competitive. How did you find that one?
Yeah, I mean, what a match and what a win for Shannon. I think for me the biggest difference was his serve. You know, 70% of first serves, 92% of second serves, which is pretty unheard of. Really making it difficult for his opponent to get into the point from the get-go. And I think, you know, he stayed very offensive despite losing the first set. Didn't dent his confidence, perhaps down to experience. He's done a lot of winning over the last few weeks and months. But in the end, it was the Shannon show, and it certainly showed.
Well, that finishes off the singles finals for today. Well done to Eloise Newbury in the girls 14 and under final earlier today, and Shannon in that epic final right there. That was super physical, and what a great display of high-level tennis and fantastic competitive spirit from all the players that we've seen, not only today but all week, in the under 11s, under 12s, and today in the under 14s. We're going to take a quick break for the presentation and be back shortly for the girls doubles under 14 final, which will include Eloise Newbury, who is back on court after her win earlier.
Following players, please report to tournament office. Letitia and Tabechi to the tournament office, please. Kesavan and Nawadu. Nishka Kesavan to court 8, please. Straight to court 8, Nishka. Annabelle Benson and Ella Bye to the tournament office, ready to play, please. Benson and play. Jones and Sophia Cunningham to the tournament office, ready for play, please. Jones and Cunningham.
Eating both at once.
the 14 girls doubles final, Shanice Ndoro, Eloise Newbury, Sophia Christodoulou and Holly Smart. To court 1, please. Annabelle Benson, the tournament office, ready for play, please.
tiebreak set. No edge scoring. 10-point match tiebreak. May decide the match. That's the chair from Essex, Miso, Oro, Kent, Eloise, Newbury. Right to the chair, Hertfordshire, Sophia Chris, Lulu, Middlesex, Holly Scott. Lulu Smart on the toss, chose to receive.
Just an absolutely epic boys 14s final, which took over 2.5 hours. Hopefully we'll see some aggressive doubles today, some good tactics. Maybe not I formation or anything like that at this stage, but you just want to see a lot of volleys, a lot of crossing at the net, and keep it active and make it as much like the doubles on the main tour as possible. I'm Laura Robson, joined by Pippa Horn. How much doubles have you played in your life?
Well, I've played a fair bit of doubles because I actually went to college in the States. But prior to that, wasn't really a huge doubles fan. I think it's probably now my preference to singles. Much prefer being able to blame my partner for our losses. But yeah, doubles is all about just having fun, isn't it? It's so much about how you click with your partner, your energy together, you know, raising each other up and not getting too down on one another when things perhaps aren't going your way.
And both of these teams get on really well, don't they?
Absolutely, yeah, both very, very good friends, and I think all four of them actually are good friends with one another. Elise and Shamiso, very good family friends as well, travel a lot together, high energy. That always helps.
So it looks like the team of Newbury and Nadoro kick things off on their serve.
It's Newbury, the under-14 girls singles champion, who is going to start serving.
Well, given her exploits already today, you can understand why Newbury has chosen to kick things off. Her serve earlier in the singles was an absolute weapon. Yeah, good body serve. Probably see a lot of that today. It's such a great tactic in doubles, because even if the returner makes the ball, they're caught playing it very close, and it just gives that opening to the person at the net who's covering the server.
Well, not only that, but it's also easier to hit an angle off an angle, isn't it? So a very smart tactic to keep it more central and then try and create that opening for your partner at the net.
Must have just been long. Close call. Great defensive pickup.
Such a good tactic, isn't it? That short drop volley. And they're playing a sudden death juice format here at Nottingham Tennis Centre. So the returner selects the side. Rather than playing ad, it's just one deciding point. And a great serve there from Eloise Newbury to take the first game.
We'll probably see today how quickly these sudden death juices can notch up. I've played matches before with 10, 11 games all decided on sudden death juices. It makes the scoreline very unpredictable.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you have a side that you always wanted to serve to, the sudden deaths?
No, it was more, I would always take it as a returner.
And that is a fantastic put away from Holly Smart. Her partner, Sophia Christodoulou, serving. Sophia trains at Gosling, plays aggressively, as we can see. Had lots of success lately and enjoyed a very good summer of tennis.
It's all about being super positive in doubles, even overly so. You can never do too much because you want to build up your partner. Make sure that they always feel your energy, even if they've made a mistake.
Fantastic volley there from Holly. She's 2009 born and a multi-sport athlete. Actually plays a lot of hockey. London based, plays a lot at the Cumberland, also coached by Jamie Evans at Batchwood. And again, very, very offensive volleying there from Holly. Doing a really good job of looking for the ball, looking to take it on. So often you find in women's doubles they're just covering the line rather than looking for the interception, but not from Holly so far today.
So far on serve here. And speaking to a lot of the LTA coaches who've been out and about, they've been saying that Newbury and Enduro, very active pairing. They try and play as aggressive as possible.
And of course, the doubles format is slightly different to the singles. It's best of two tie-break sets, sudden death juice. and then a match tiebreak rather than a full third set. Just missed that one, but Holly was there with so much speed. You can see just how good of an athlete she is.
Yeah, only just fully committing to tennis. She's been super focused on her studies and other sports, wants to keep playing hockey. I think that's great as well.
Very good serve there from Krista Dulu.
Just a short forehand that she may be overcomplicated. It's really tough to go down the line when you can see that the net player is still waiting there.
Smart, known for her brilliant returning, and you can see just why on that point. Hasn't missed a return yet, and they lead by 2-1 in this first set.
I think at this age, doubles for just about everyone, boys, girls. Even as you transition to the main tour, it's really important to just keep it going because it just adds so many layers to your game. It gives you confidence to come forward when you're in your singles. And I think with the sudden death dues as well, you learn to play so well under pressure. You know that you have to make those returns.
I think as well, tennis is such a solo sport, isn't it? So it's great to learn what's required, what skills are required to be successful in a team as well. Very, very solid serving so far from Smart.
Yeah, they just seem to get on with things, don't they? They're playing quite quick between points. Not over discussing things.
That was a game of first serves there. Very impressive from Smart, who I think has been the strongest player on court so far for me.
It's a great point from all players, but in particular from Holly Smart, who's just been so aggressive coming forward, not afraid. And the number two seeds coming into the event, and Newbury and Nadoro beat the top seeds in the semi-finals.
And that's the defensive volleying that she's known for. She always finds a way, doesn't she? Her reactions are so good. Maybe that comes as a result of her multi-sport abilities. Holly, of course, 2009 born, so she's actually a year young for this event. She's one of the best 2009 in her age group in the country.
She's not missed a volley yet. I think if you're playing a person who's feeling really confident at the net, then you just have to start playing for the open space. Don't give them the option to get a racket on the ball. Got to make use of those short cross-court volleys.
Up!
Another sudden death juice point. And it looks like Sophia Christodoulou has opted to return on this occasion. And nearly she had the first one, but not quite the second one. Very offensive play from Newbury and Rodoro. Of course, Newbury, the under-14 singles champion, so she'll be looking to back up that title with the doubles event.
Yeah, plenty of players actually at the moment on the WTA tour who are playing both singles and doubles regularly. Krejcikova, someone who's been #1 in both. And thinking specifically this week in Cincinnati, Caroline Garcia just made the final, and she has been #1 in the world in doubles. Can't forget about Coco Gauff as well.
Exactly.
She's 18 years old, #1 in the world.
Elise Mertens as well, another one who consistently seems to do well in the doubles.
I mean, we can basically just keep going. There's so many, and I think they're all better for it.
A sensational return there from Newbury. Holly looking to get that interception, maybe moving just a touch too early. Not covering the line, but not always easy.
Nadora actually working with Nigel Sears a bit on and off, who is also working with Harriet Dart at the moment, so I'm sure learning a lot. Oh, great pickups from Chris Adulu, rather from Andorra, but just not enough in the end. Holly Smart hitting some phenomenal volleys there.
And Harriet, of course, an exceptional doubles player herself. Made the final last year of the mixed doubles at Wimbledon. Enjoyed some success with partner Heather Watson at this year's championships. Just loving the energy here between Newbury and Rodoro. So positive, aren't they?
Natalia Augustinska and Advita Das Banerjee to the referee's office, ready to play, please.
Just deep there from Holly Smart, but definitely the right shot to play. Solid hold there from Shamiso Nadoro, known as Shami for short. There's certainly not much in this match so far. On a very impressive level. It's not often you see so much net play, especially from such young players.
Robson to the referee's office. Sorry, no, go to pleasure court 5, please. Go straight to court, Florence and Robson.
Just been called to court. There's a Robson out there.
Poppy Ellis, Mila Andre, the referee's office, ready to play, please.
Nadoro and Newbury, a very feisty team, pumping each other up a lot. You love to see that.
So important in doubles, isn't it? Just keeping that energy. That's what the best pairs in the world do.
And Newbury and Nidoro work much better as a team when they go for these cross-court rallies and don't let Smart and Christodoulou take control of the net.
Well, actually, I went to,
Just deep there. Incredible length there from Newbury. Just putting so much pressure on Smart. Smart not hitting it badly herself.
As soon as Newbury is able to get herself into these cross-court rallies, she's generally the one coming out on top and clearly has so much belief in her baseline game at the moment after the win earlier today.
Like you've been to. Yeah.
Weren't able to convert the first two, but they still have one more opportunity to break. Does Smart and Christodoulou.
I was just going to say they've got 2 break points because technically Sundeath Juice.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. They didn't need the deciding juice point. Smart and Christodoulou capitalising on their early lead. And now they have a chance to serve out this first set. And it's Sophia Christodoulou to serve. Just so important here that her partner Holly is looking for the volley, looking to help out at the net. That's what they did so well early on in this match. That's what got them the 4-2 lead. And that's one way to start out a service game. Fantastically placed serve there from Christodoulou. Oof. So close. She did such a good job. Both of them did. Smart just staying so active at the net, but wasn't quite able to convert that one. Difficult shot, just dipping at her feet. Absolutely love the confidence of Smart there. She doesn't get down on herself when she misses a volley. She just refocuses. And still looks for the ball, which is so, so important. It's very easy to get down on yourself and lose a bit of confidence at the net, especially when volleying isn't a shot that most of the girls hit that often.
Still another 2 set points here for Christodoulou and Holly Smart. And it's the straightforward tactics that do it. 6-4 in the first set, and they were really the more aggressive pair of the two. Newbury and Nadoro were trying to slow the pace down slightly and get into more of these longer cross-court rallies, which is where they're most dangerous, but Christodoulou and Smart just taking control of the net, and as is the case so often in doubles, it's whoever takes the net first tends to dominate the match. But there's a lot to play. A couple of sudden death juices that could have gone either way. But a fun first set.
And of course, just so important that Newbury and Nadoro keep that energy here, even though they're a set down. It was a tight first set. And if they're able to get a good start in the second, get on the board early, put pressure on their opponents, and maybe take the second set, then all it comes down to is a 10-point tiebreak, which, as we know, can go either way.
A couple of early break points already, and Smart and Christodoulou just look so solid.
Well, that's the perfect setup, isn't it? And the perfect put away from the net player there. Again, an example of very good positioning from Smart and Christodoulou. Often something that players, particularly of this age, get wrong on the doubles court.
seem to be getting shorter and shorter.
And again, an example of such phenomenal athleticism from Holly Smart. She's just all over the net there. And so important, particularly when her partner is maybe struggling slightly with her first serve. And Holly's just there at the net to take the pressure off.
Oh, well, she snuck the sudden death juice there. Went for the big forehand down the line, and Nidoro just, I think, got a little defensive with it. You know, you need to keep moving forward, almost take that pace on.
Certainly the momentum is in favour of Smart and Christodoulou here. Newbury and Nidoro need to keep the energy high, keep communicating, keep positive. But it feels at the moment that their opponents just have an answer to absolutely everything they're throwing their way. Points for a double break here. Smart and Christodoulou hardly missed so far this second set.
Their opponents now just getting a bit down on themselves, nowhere near as chatty and energetic as they were in the first set. Double break for Smart and Christodoulou. And with the way that they're playing, I think they are going to run away with this set. They've been so consistent, making a lot of returns.
Well, it's been a very impressive level throughout, really, hasn't it? And I think what Christodoulou and Smart have done so well is They have faced dips in standard, but it seems that the other one is kind of picking them up when this happens, and again, that's so important in doubles.
And this is where it's really important to keep picking your partner up. If you can tell that they have dropped their head, it's up to you out there to lift them back up. That's the first forehand Smart has missed in quite some time. Is just the first double fault of the match for Smart and Christodoulou.
And that's the type of energy we want to see, isn't it? Sending a strong message to their opponents that they're not down, they're not out. They might be trailing by 1-3, but they're still very much in this match. Just wide there from Nadoro, but definitely the right move.
And straight away, Newbury doing a great job of running up to her, keeping the positive vibes going.
And Adoro not happy with that volley. Maybe just slightly static. Wasn't moving through it enough. And an incredible return and string of backhands from Holly Smart. And we've seen her miss very few returns so far this set and in the match in general. She's been on fire. Slightly loose there from Newbury, but looks like she might have broken a string. What a move from Holly Smart. She's doing such a good job of anticipating where the ball's going to go, positioning herself perfectly, and moving forwards through the volley.
Oh, that's a couple in a row here for Christodoulou. Thinking about the finish line already. Dora Newbury helped by a couple of double faults there from Christodoulou, but they've been so solid on the returns in this set. Surely still feeling super confident about how things are going. This could change around so quickly with doubles, especially with the sudden death juice. Things go very fast. So for Nadora and Newbury to just stay in this might make themselves dangerous again.
Another great move there from Holly Smart, just helping out her partner at the back. And she put it away eventually. Perhaps could have done slightly more with the first volley there, but opted to play it safe and much more with the second one. It's Christodoulou opting to return, and yet another sudden death juice.
Finally got one. Christodoulou did the most important job and made the return, but then just got a little passive as she was coming forward with that last forehand. Newbury putting the volley straight to Holly Smart's feet, and they are right back in this.
Shows, doesn't it, how a few points and a tiny momentum shift can make all the difference. A few minutes ago they were leading by 4 games to 1, and now all of a sudden it's 4-3, looking a lot tighter, a lot closer.
Judge 15.
That is an incredible shot from Smart. Sometimes a really effective pattern of play is to just go through both players, straight down the middle. And when you're hitting it as hard and flat and deep as that, it's particularly effective. So solid there from Shami Nadoro. Just making her opponents play that one extra ball.
Oh.
Oh, it's so tough with the sudden death juices. And now Krista Dulu and Smart just one game away from the title. They've just been more consistent on the big points. I think Newbury thought the well, I'm trying to figure out which ball was called out there. I think it was the return, and she was waiting for the call, but it was very late.
That, I think, is one of the first returns that Holly Smart has missed this whole set.
Yeah, well done, Holly Smart. Read the play correctly, covered the line. And it gives them a match point for the title. And of course, finished off with yet another fantastic return from Holly Smart, followed by a put-away volley, but a very solid match from all four players. And Holly Smart and her partner Christodoulou were just more aggressive. They were taking control of the net, and they made so many returns that in the second set they just ran away with it slightly. But 6-4, 6-3 is the final score, and they will be very pleased with that one. It was some good doubles.
Yeah, absolutely. I thoroughly agree with your conclusion there, Laura. Great energy from Nadora and Newbury, but their opponents, I think, just played better doubles, and sometimes that's all it comes down to. They made courageous interceptions at pivotal points. First set, of course, quite tight, 6-4. They returned well, they served well, and yeah, they just certainly played the big points well. The standout player for me was Holly Smart. Just sensational tennis. Very, very much enjoyed her serving, her returning. Not sure she missed more than 2 or 3 returns in that second set, and hit some very, very solid volleys as well. So congrats to Holly Smart and her partner.
Yeah, straightforward, simple doubles is usually what does the trick. And that's it from us today. Thank you for tuning in to watch the LTA Junior Nationals. Congrats to all the winners. Eloise Newbury, who we just saw in the doubles, she won the girls under 14 singles. Liam Shannon in the boys under 14 singles. Smart and Christodoulou in the under 14 girls doubles, and the under 14 boys doubles is still ongoing on the next court. So if you want to catch any of that, looks like it's headed to a third set. That is on the other stream. So well done to everyone involved. It's been a great week of tennis, and we hope to see you back in April next year for the 16s and 18s nationals.